Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is Wednesday, June 8th. It is 5:06. Mrs. Deputy Clerk, if you can please call roll.
Councilmember Torres?
Here.
Councilmember Melendez?
Here.
Councilmember Peralta?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez? Mayor Cobos-Copeland?
And I'm here. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the statement of oral communications?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Anyone who wishes to address the City Council for closed session items would have had to either turn in a card or be present at this time. As I understand, there are no cards and no one is in the room that wishes to address the council before we go into closed session. So we have complied with the public comment provision. I should also note that Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez has indicated she's running a bit late and should arrive while we're in closed session in about 5 minutes. It'd be appropriate then for the City Council to recess into closed session for items 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we do ask that there is one item that came up yesterday on a mediation matter on an employee issue that we'd ask the City Council make a motion to add that to item 2, anticipated litigation, in as much as it came up after the posting of the agenda and there's an immediate need to receive direction from the City Council on this item. We need a motion to that effect, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion to add that item?
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Deputy Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Torres?
Nay.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez? And Mayor Cobos-Copeland?
And I vote aye. It was 3 ayes, 1
Councilwoman
nay.
Torres, did you vote no on that item?
Yeah, it was 3 ayes,
Okay, we
1
don't
no.
have 4/5, so we cannot take that to the council until Councilmember Jimenez, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez joins us, and then we can ask for that to come back out and add it to the
And then we'll
agenda.
just go back.
Okay, we can recess into closed session.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back. personal devices on the dais?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just have one question, so I can,
Microphones, please.
Mayor, let's hold on for a second. You want to call the meeting back to order and do this, or do you want to do it before we?
I can make it official.
Why don't we,
It's 6:12. We are back from our closed session. Mr. City Attorney, please call roll. I'm sorry, please report back.
yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The record should reflect that the City Council convened for closed session, that Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez joined the conversation during the conversation on item number 1 and was present at 5:12. The record should further reflect that the attempt to place an add-on item as announced before recessing into closed session was subsequently addressed again. The door of closed session room was opened for public to observe. At that time, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez was present. The record should further reflect that there was an item that was requested by my office under anticipated litigation that related to a mediation matter involving employee relations items. That motion was made to add that item to the agenda by Councilmember Melendez and seconded by Councilmember Peralta, and that that motion to add on the item to the agenda was unanimously approved by all 5 council members and was added on to the agenda. At this time, I will make my report from closed session. On item number 1, threat to public services or facilities, the City Council received a briefing on that item. Direction was provided, but no final action was taken. That needs to be reported at this time. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There were several matters under Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2. The one matter related to SB 1383 compliance, the council received a briefing and direction was provided to the city attorney's office. This matter will come back to the city council for open session consideration at your next meeting. One matter of threatened litigation related to an employee issue. That matter was discussed with the city council, but there was no action taken and there's nothing required to be reported at this time. On the threat of litigation, one matter related to the CVRA, that was also presented to the city council. Direction was provided to my office to do some follow-up on that matter, but there is nothing required to be reported this evening. The add-on item, the city council received a briefing on the one matter of mediation, and that direction was provided to city staff and the city attorney's office, but there is no final action that is required to be reported. Under item 3, conference with labor negotiators, that relates to the Smart TD employee group. A briefing was provided to the city council. Direction was provided by the city council to the agency's negotiators, but there was no final action taken that's required to be reported. Item 4, which is the public employee performance evaluation of the city manager. That matter was not discussed during the first session of closed session and will be held over after the open session matters have been handled. That concludes my report from closed session. And now I believe, Mayor, you're making a request pursuant to the municipal code and ordinance related to the use of electronic devices at the dais, or more specifically, cell phones, correct?
Personal
And I
devices.
believe, just for the record, you have deposited your cell phone into the wire basket that's there at the city clerk's office. There's also Councilmember Melendez, who has placed two phones? Two phones? Is there any other council member that wishes to deposit?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you place your phone in the, okay. Okay, and then the question is to the other two council members, Mayor?
Would you like to contribute to yours or not?
No, if there's an emergency, I'd like to attend to it.
Or you can give it to the Sergeant of Arms. Would you like to do that? I'm sorry, do you want to use the microphone? Or would you like to turn it over to the Sergeant of Arms?
No.
Okay, so for the record, you're refusing to put your, what about you? Would you like to, or you would like to refuse as well?
I'm comfortable with it being in my bag.
Okay, on to regular session.
We can continue on with the open portion of the meeting then, Mayor.
Okay, on to our invocation. We have Pastor Sebastian Petz from Montebello Christian. Welcome, and I believe congratulations is in order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations. I got a third baby girl on the way, so 3 of a kind. If anyone can relate in here. Yes, the Lord's been very gracious to us. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for the invitation to open us up in prayer. Council members, city manager, let's go to the Lord in a word of prayer to ask his blessing over this meeting, over our community, and over our lives. Father, we come before you this evening, and I want to thank you for this day that you've blessed us with. Every day is a gift. Every morning, your graces are renewed towards us. And God, we just come before you because you are God, and you have all power and all authority to do all things, including to bless those who want to seek to honor you and to punish those who don't. And God, we just pray for what is discussed during this meeting, God, that you'd bring about a spirit of unity in the leadership of our city to make decisions that are in the best interest of all of our community members, equitably and equally across the board, including those who are underserved. God, that they would seek to meet the needs of those who need their needs met, those who are lacking, that they would have access to greater education, greater opportunities in the city for work, for advancement in life. We lift up our entire state to you and on all the elections that are taking place even now across our county, across the state, God, that you would be pleased with the results, that those officials would be elected that would enact legislation and policies that would serve to meet the needs of people, the real needs of people who need greater access to electricity, to affordable housing, to higher education, to opportunities in life. And God, we lift up in a special way those families impacted by the devastating tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, just 2 weeks ago. God, where 19 innocent lives were senselessly slaughtered at the hands of a disturbed and deranged individual. God, we know children especially have a special place in your heart. We know that one of the things you hate the most is the shedding of innocent blood. And so I pray that this would be a watershed moment, not only in our city and community, but the entire country, to enact the change that's needed in a bipartisan way, putting politics aside to keep children and everyone else safe. God, that's our prayer, and we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sebastian. And on to our invocation, our pledge. We have Al Coda from the American Legion. And if you would give us your branch and your rank, please.
United States Army Specialist 4.
Thank you so much for your service, sir. I turn it back over to you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Manager, are there any corrections to the agenda?
We have no corrections, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I will go on to our presentations. We are, this June, once again, we are proud to honor, support, and recognize LGBTQ+ Pride Month, especially on behalf of the Montebello LGBTQ residents, whoever they may be. Pride Month was first celebrated in October of 1994. It was founded by a Missouri high school history teacher named Rodney Wilson. Mr. Wilson, who was the first openly gay public school teacher in Missouri, originated the idea, served as the founder, and first coordinated the committee who chose October as the month of this recognition. Today, it is nationally observed throughout the month of June as recognition in support of all people who celebrate their lives as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and/or queer. Pride Month is also a civil rights statement representing the contributions and sacrifices the LGBTQ community throughout this month. The city's pride banner is once again displayed at City Hall to show our solidarity and support for the LGBTQ community as a public reminder to practice love, embrace diversity, and build acceptance. We also like to recognize the more recent historical acknowledgement, Juneteenth, an annual remembrance that commemorates the end of slavery in the United States. The actual date, June 19th, marks the day when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865 to take control of the state and to ensure all enslaved people were free. Juneteenth is a day for historic reflection, rejoicing, and educating one another about the significance and meaning of this day in order to make lasting improvements and enhance and build equity, equality in our society. Juneteenth also celebrates the strength of the American spirit, recognizing wrongs and setting about to make the right things right. In this same spirit, we as Americans strive to advance the leveling playing field and achieving ever greater social equality. To learn more about the significance of this holiday and encourage our residents to visit juneteenth.com. June is also National PTSD Awareness Month. And you can see some of our employees are wearing green ribbons. In the United States, approximately 8 million adults have PTSD, along with 5.5 million children and thousands of military veterans whose memories of the wartime experiences still affect their everyday lives. PTSD is treatable, but it is not given the proper type of care. It can be fatal or even lead to preventable suicides. Raising awareness about signs, symptoms, conditions of PTSD and how to access treatment is vital to creating positive outcomes with the effective treatment and intervention. Trauma survivors can feel safe in the world and live happy and productive lives. If you or anyone you know who may be suffering from PTSD, there is help. Please just ask if you need help. Reach out to those that you see might not seem right, or just check in. Resources are available at ptsd.va.gov. No one should ever be ashamed to ask or seek help. If they are being impacted by PTSD, please be aware that it is a very sensitive issue that all of us can help those that are suffering from it. And lastly, every month, this month in June, National Scleroderma Awareness Month is a chronic autoimmune connective tissue disease in which the body produces excess collagen. This causes hardening and thickening of the skin and internal organs. Scleroderma borrows from the Greek word skeros and derma, which means hard skin. Hippocrates, the father of medicine, noted people affected by this condition as far back as 400 BC. It wasn't until 1700s that doctors began seriously examining this condition. And even though scleroderma has been around a very long time, it is no known cause or cure for diagnosing. It's difficult because the symptoms are similar to many other diseases. Since 1998, National Scleroderma Foundation, or NSF, has been dedicating itself to educating people in the public, spreading awareness of this rare autoimmune disease. National Scleroderma Awareness Month seeks to spark conversation, encourages advocacy, fundraising for research, their support groups, public awareness programs. And for you to learn more, please visit national.scleroderma.org. At this time, we will proceed with public comments. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the statement of oral communications?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. At this time is the opportunity for public comments on both non-agenda and agenda items. Anyone who wishes to address the City Council should have either submitted a written comment, of which we do have one, for the City Council's consideration this evening, and or be present this evening and submit a speaker card. We do have 6 speaker cards to request to be addressing the City Council this evening. We can start with the written public comment, Mayor.
Please.
Okay. I'll turn over to our City Clerk.
Thank you. This message is from Brandon Takayama. Hello, my name is Brandon Takayama. I'm a resident of Montebello. My question is, why have I been ignored and pushed off since August 20th, 2020? This is in regards to several emails to Director Enriquez, Mayor Cobos, Sam Melendez, and Rene Bobadilla for paving the streets of Vale Street and Ferguson Drive. Mr. Enriquez had stated in several emails that it would be included in fiscal year 2020-21 capital improvement program budget. All 4 individuals have been numerously emailed regarding these streets. That is so wrong as an elected official and including a mayor to disregard a resident. They need to be reminded that they work for the people. They are civil servants for the community of Montebello. These streets have been neglected and are in need of paving. If it was included in the budget for 2021, what happened? Where did the money go for those improvements? A resident on Ferguson Drive was added to the email and he was ignored as well from all 4 individuals. Why are these individuals ignoring the fact? Is it because it's Mid-South Montebello and not North Montebello? Remember, Montebello should be accounted as one whole city, not segregated. I need answers at a timeline when these streets are going to be done. Thank you.
There are no other requests, or no other written requests, is that correct? So we can move on then to those who have submitted speaker cards. The first speaker is Margot Iser. You have 3 minutes, and your time will begin once you state your name.
Good evening. I am here because I'm concerned about the general plan as it's done, and I was hoping there could be an extension of the time for input and public comments, but I've now heard that there's a state mandated deadline or something like that. But the point is, the big concern I have is that on a map that I saw, it said that there could be condos or housing built on the golf course. This is horrible. I think that there might be a solution, possibly, if the state would allow it, is to designate that area as an historic venue that could then be preserved as it is, as much intact as it sort of is, but that could prevent them putting any housing, requirement for housing. There's enough other areas in Montebello that already have buildings and things like that, and that we could be, utilizing that space better, or putting in some innovative type of thing, and that's more for an area that's not a recreation, already an open space recreational public golf course. It doesn't need even to be an entertainment venue because there's already a noisy canyon. But the point was, maybe there could be a little bit of a modification to the general plan that's submitted before the deadline, or not extend the deadline, because to require something that is already a part of what they said land could be declared surplus for, to then make it be, I have to have housing on it, doesn't make sense. And maybe that could be challenged. Let the golf course be retained as an entirely special open space, historic park and recreation area beneficial to the entire city, because we are lacking in park space, and that's another mess that could be addressed by having that area solely devoted to those things, and not to being, there's many other places in the city that could have housing. So if you can have any power, I know Mr. Palumbo explained things to me, and I would like you to work with him and us, let us have more time to give some input and work with each other to get this, to make it a special, attractive place for people to come, the golf, not just golfers, but other people. And it just would be very special. But if you have condos on it, or it's not going to, like, well, it's like, I saw pictures of golf courses in other places, and only one, a very old historic one, has some buildings along the side, and one has like a little clubhouse. But it's a golf course and not a country club. That's the other thing that's got to be changed. So I'm telling you, let's do a little more tweaking with the general plan before it's submitted. Maybe give us a little more chance, maybe have another work session with you, okay? And I don't know if I actually did go shorter than 3 minutes, but it's really good to be back in public and see each other's faces, kind of like. And let's just make this unique. The Montebello Golf Course is a world-famous championship 18-hole golf course, and everybody knows about it, and it really is worth preserving intact. And making it, it is making money for the city, and it is a place that really is unique, and we need to preserve it. Okay, thank you. No
Thank you, Ms.
houses.
Iser.
Okay, you're welcome, Mr.
The next request to speak is from Alan Lanzua. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes, and your time will begin after you state your name.
All right. Good evening to my Montebello resident, city council, and local Montebello Police Department. I'm here to discuss a very dear, sincere topic this evening. It is a very important issue affecting not only the city, but the state and country, indeed detrimental now and the years to follow. The city of Montebello right now is sowing a devastating seed that is attempting to engulf our residents, pollute and defile the minds and souls of our citizens, and its chief target is our children. We must take measures towards this attack and not minimize it or take it lightly. It is not on the horizon, but it has hit here at home, at our front. Last year in June of 2021, Montebello celebrated its first annual Stride for Pride Sodomite Parade. The city proceeded to display an LGBT, queer, homosexual, lesbian, transformer, transsexual, hermaphrodite, sodomite flag, emboldened on the south side of the City Hall building that could be easily viewed alongside Beverly Boulevard. And this was written 3 weeks ago. You can see it again right now, 1600 West Beverly Boulevard. To my chagrin, it was late June when I noticed this travesty laid out in the building. And upon doing research later to find out a sodomite parade was to be conducted on June 27th, 2021, entitled Stride for Pride. Pride, one of the worst sins of the Holy Bible, King James Version, Proverbs 11:2. When pride cometh, then cometh shame. Proverbs 8:13. When the fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride, and arrogancy, and the evil way. It is very convenient that the participants of this evil sin label their ideology as LGBT pride, because that is exactly what they are full of. They are egotistical, arrogant, vile, and full of pride. What a shame of reproach and the derision and public humiliation upon the city of this Montebello for condoning such behavior to be embraced here at home on this city. Moreover, the exposure of our young residents, teenagers, and our children to such depravity and levels of immorality shows just how far you are from the truth of God. I don't know what kind of God you guys were praying to earlier. That ain't the God of the Bible, I'll tell you that much. What a public disgrace and an outcry on the members of this council for allowing for such levels of evil to permeate our city. The Bible says, Leviticus 18:22, thou shalt not lie with mankind, what is with the womankind. It is an abomination. Leviticus 20 and verse 13, if a man also lie with mankind as he lie with the woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood should be upon them. That's capital punishment. Deuteronomy 23:17, thou shalt not be a whore of the daughters of Israel, nor sodomite of the sons of Israel. That is a queer, that is a homosexual. We have some on the council as well too. That is a disgrace. And I could go on and on. I got a lot of verses and chapters, but I only got 3 minutes and less than that now. At the meet and greet for the new Montebello Police Chief Espinosa on April 21st, 2022, which is right behind me, I provided many members of the City Council, including Scarlett, Diego, Salvador, Mayor Cawthorne, and some high-ranking police officials, the lieutenant and captain and the chief. I print out many verses deriving from the Bible that admonish this abominable lifestyle and all its variants. I declare unto you this day that if the city of Montebello continues to move forward with this contemptible ideology, the wrath of God be upon it and the leadership of the city. That is all of you guys. What is upon your hands and the guilt and this shame shall rest on. Disgusting.
The next speaker is Monique Rivera.
It's disgusting, man. You guys allow this.
You're done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm still going to be preaching against this wicked sin.
Thank you for your comments.
Monique Rivera.
Love is love.
That's the God of the Bible, the King James. That's the true God. Amen.
Hello.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes. Your time will begin
Hello,
now.
good evening. My name is Monique Rivera, and I was homeless for 6 years, staying right there on San Gabriel, Lincoln. And the MCAP came out and helped me. And now I have an apartment right here on Taylor and Lincoln with my 2 girls. And I just want to say it was a blessing that the MCAP came out and is doing what they're doing, helping with the homeless people. And I mean, I just love my place. My first time that I have my own apartment, and with my daughters, you know, and they're a big help. They help out so much. Yeah. And also, the people out there that are still struggling, because I know what it is to be out there. Like I said, I was out there for 6 years, and it's hard. It's really hard. And like, you know, people that don't have nobody out there, it's like, you know, we're alone. We feel alone. And I'm still adjusting to mine. But I know with the grace of God, I'll be okay. And thank you a lot to Sandra, Andrew, Jonathan, and the Montebello Fire Department and MCAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Can our MCAP team stand up to be recognized? Because it's hard to get that trust and rapport with those that are unhomed. So please. That means you.
The next speaker card is Rosa Tamayo.
Buenas noches, honorable.
Señora Tamayo, ¿quiere que le traduzca?
Sí, por favor.
Perfecto. ¿Me da tiempo? Usted habla y lo me da
Pero
tiempo.
no me quiten el tiempo.
No le voy a quitar el tiempo, nomás vamos a trabajar juntos.
Honorable mayor, thank you. Ay, sí estoy chiquita, ¿verdad?
Pero qué cosa.
Buenas noches, honorable mayor Kimberly Cobos y al concilio de Montebello. Les doy las gracias por estas oportunidades que tenemos de conversar con ustedes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. I want to thank you for the opportunities to be able to speak to you.
Quiero decirles que este fin de semana que estuvimos en el sur de Montebello, hay dos clases de homeless. Homeless que están viviendo en la calle y homeless anónimos. Hay mucho más familias homeless anónimos.
Señora Tamayo, this past weekend, I was in the south of Montebello, and I just want to bring to the council's attention that there are two classes of homelessness or people that aren't housed. One is homeless folks that are on streets, and the other are homeless folks that are anonymous.
Para las personas que no entienden qué es un homeless, qué son familias homeless anónimos, son personas que están viviendo dentro de una casa, que son como 3, 4 familias dentro de una casa, que tienen niños o son mayores, pero tienen una porción para pagar su renta. Y si vemos, ellos trabajan, niños estudian, jóvenes van a la universidad y también trabajan.
So just to give you the definition of anonymous, somebody that's anonymous and homeless, these are folks that are living in someone else's home. Sometimes they have kids or they're seniors. They do pay maybe a small portion of rent and maybe have kids that go to school, go to college, or do other things.
Y yo pienso que si vemos tantos carros alrededor de las calles, eso me da la impresión también, porque yo voy a visitar familias y pregunto cuántas personas viven aquí y quiénes son. Entonces ya me dicen, pues somos 3, 4 familias y pues manejan, sí. Vamos al trabajo, vamos a la escuela y llevamos a los niños a la escuela también.
So when I look around and I ask folks, and I ask myself, how many people live here? At times I'm told they could be anywhere from 3 to 4 people. They have families, they live in town, they shop in the area.
Pues eso me da la impresión también de que todos estos carros, entonces hay un problema de vivienda. Pero necesitamos, sí, vivienda afordable para todas las personas, para que vivan con dignidad y respeto, pero también, ya se los he dicho, que homeless tiene la responsabilidad y obligación es del Estado y del condado. El condado tiene mucho terreno.
So it gives me the impression that there is a housing problem. Therefore, we need more affordable housing. dignified housing. And I believe that the state and the county should be helping with this since they have a lot of land.
Y también así el condado hace un development de vivienda en el río, así como lo hizo San Antonio, Texas. Sería una muy buena oportunidad para que ellos tuvieran una facilidad también. Y homeless, y tuvieran una facilidad donde tuvieran una vivienda, donde ellos estuvieran con todas las facilidades que ellos necesitan. Pero a veces nomás construyen una vivienda para homeless y hay que se metan y no tienen toda la facilidad que se necesita.
So if the county were to consider a project, say next to a river where most folks potentially live, it would be a great idea if that housing could be for homelessness and also have wraparound services in those facilities to be able to help those that live there, and not just affordable housing where someone goes in there and has no services like mental health.
Ellos necesitan monitoreo, ellos necesitan medicina, ellos necesitan doctor, necesitan una trabajadora social, porque tienen muchos problemas de salud y problemas sociales.
They need services such as some folks need doctors, medical services, mental health services, drug services. These folks come with challenges and issues, and wraparound services would be
para que puedan vivir y convivir con la sociedad.
So they can live amongst society.
Porque del otro modo va a ser un impacto, y es un impacto. Yo lo miro cuando está una persona homeless con tanto problema social en una familia.
Without this, you tend to have impacts. She's seen this in families where they have somebody that potentially has these issues, and it could cause
Y en
problems.
Homeless Anónimos, homeless tienen otros problemas. Impactan los mayores en los niños que van a la escuela. Y yo lo miré cuando mi hijo estuvo en la escuela, yo lo miré cuando fui a la escuela también. Y pude ayudar a diferentes familias, pero es mucho el problema social.
So I've noticed that anonymous homelessness, specifically in families with children, if they're adults that have these issues, can really cause harm to children that can be very impactful and cause other types of issues.
Y así podremos ayudar un poco a nuestra sociedad, que es lo que se requiere. Porque no se sabe ahorita en esta sociedad, si pierde un trabajo una persona, se queda homeless, pierde su casa. Nunca se sabe, una enfermedad. Todos estamos en esa línea.
Doing something like this would really help society and really help folks that sometimes are living check to check. Sometimes somebody will lose a job and lose a house, or they could get sick and lose their home and then be homeless. So it's a big issue.
Pues muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker card is Tila Gregorian.
Tila Gregorian. Good evening, council members, city staff, and Montebello residents. I am here with concerns of last Saturday. There was a open house at DePaul campus, and this is here future planning. It's a new opportunity for Montebello, California. But the problem is that they were planning on housing a lot of homeless people. And I don't think the city was aware of it. I don't even know that they had talked to anyone regarding that. I was kind of shocked, and this was being done by Nursing Housing, and it was at 420 Date Street in Montebello. And I've since have called a lady that I spoke to that was there, and also another one that's, her name is here, Evangelina Rodriguez, Assistant Project Manager. I don't even know how I got the information to go there, but everybody that was there was kind of stunned because they were planning on housing 3,000 people in that campus. And don't they need a permit to do this? Don't they need approval of the city to do this? Don't they need to notify the residents of the area? I know that there was a few of us from the north side, but most of them were from the south side, and they were very upset about this because it says, we live here. It says, we have to pay rent, we have to pay a house payment. It says, and we do not want all of these homeless people living in our community. And I don't know if anybody knew about it, but somebody did, because somebody initiated this idea to bring in the Paul campus people to house all of these homeless people here in Montebello. And I do not mind helping. I think our city can take part in helping house some of the homeless, but not all the homeless of Los Angeles County, perhaps even the country that love to come to California because of the weather. But somebody knew about it. Somebody initiated this. And I believe it was somebody in the council that initiated this. And it's not, I mean, you just can't do things like that to the residents of Montebello, and certainly not to the residents of South Montebello. So I would like to have someone please look into this and get to the bottom of it, and I would like to hear a report on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker card is from Linda Nicholas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, chiefs, and staff. My name is Linda Nicholas. My address is on file. This evening, I would like to address to you, Madam Mayor, about ridiculous rumors that are being spread by your colleague on the right regarding the Mercy Project. It's being said both you and Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez are in support of the housing of 3,000 homeless people, including ex-convicts, which I verified by the representative that will be housed there. If they are ex-convicts, if they don't want to live in the cities, they can put them there. That's what Mercy House does. I asked who chose the advisory board since not one single person lives in the South, in the affected neighborhood. And are they paid? Yes, it's a paid position. How can anyone with half a brain believe the gossip when 3 of those on that advisory board, and I've got the list right here of the names, are people that don't speak to you or Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez? So how the hell can they say that you both are in favor? You would never have appointed them, but guess who would? Yes, it's a paid position, and over 500 residents were very upset. Guess your 2 colleagues that were no-shows on Saturday are panicking because when 500 residents get upset, they start getting into action. It's no coincidence tonight Ms. Peralta is naming Fimbres as her personnel commissioner. Both he and his wife are also on the advisory board. Here's the list. On that subject, I am tired of Peralta and Torres blaming the staff for their own mistakes. Peralta chose Mr. Fimbres weeks before the deadline of last Wednesday, yet she lied to a resident and says she never received your application. It's my understanding that each of you has a mailbox. If so, the application was submitted, and all Peralta had to do was go look at her own mail. It's not the staff's responsibility to go get your mail. So stop blaming other people, take responsibility for yourself. Also, I have a question. How can Mr. Fimbres be impartial and a fair personnel commissioner when the report, the night of the report, of 17 employees is being read, his wife ran around this council chamber ranting and ridiculing the report. Wouldn't that be a huge conflict of interest? He'd be forced to recuse himself at every personnel issue. Because how can he really be fair? I would question it. On a positive note, I am very proud the Secretary, Javier Becerra, invited only Madam Mayor from our city to his meeting with the Montebello Unified School members, Liliana Magana and Jennifer Gutierrez, and students. Thank you. I'm very proud of the Latina educated women, also with Ms. Jimenez, that you're doing great work in the city. And please don't believe the handful of morons that are believing the gossip, because if you add 2 and 2 together, these idiots think it's 5.
That concludes public comment cards, and be appropriate then for staff communications of public interest.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have one item of public interest, and I'm really proud to discuss the topic. As you recall, back on May 18th of last month, we broke ground on, or cut the ribbon on the tiny home village over at the Metrolink Station. And that was a complete collaboration through MCAP, the fire department, and just about everybody was hands-on in figuring out how to get that thing built. I'd like to have Angelica Palmeros come up and speak a little bit to what's going to happen next. We have received a lot of emails and concerns about folks wanting to know a little bit more about it and how they can potentially access, or they know somebody that might want to use the facility. So I'd like to have Angelica kind of talk us through what's going to happen and when the facility is going to open and when it's going to be full of folks that need a place. Angelica.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I have a small presentation just to quickly guide me to help me guide to explain a little bit more about Operation
Excuse me,
Stay
can we
Safe.
please put the presentation? Thank you.
Okay. So explaining basically, we've been asked several times, what is the Operation Stay Safe, and what's intended for. So it's basically a housing, next slide, I guess. Do I click it or? Oh, okay. Basically, it's a transitional housing bridge program. And we're lucky to have this because of the homeless in our city that are having difficulties. You heard last speaker, she has 6 years being homeless. And I think one of the things we found out in our count in 2020 is that the city of Montebello, LASA did that count, and we have 170 unhoused individuals in the city at that time in 2020. Next. This slide? Next slide, okay. Thank you. I'm learning this. So basically, there's been, how are we funding the tiny homes? The startup and the first year of operations has been done through the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing. We received obviously about 900 just in the startup and 900 to operate the facilities. We also brought or submitted on May 25th a grant to the Los Angeles County CEO for the cities, requesting almost $950,000 to run the second year. So we're not even in year 1 yet, or kind of starting hopefully year 1 in August, and we're trying to be ahead of the game to have funding to operate for approximately 2 years. Next slide. One of the things is that obviously this is a pilot project. Baldwin Park has its own tiny homes, and we're learning a lot of the process that's happening with our homeless. And the more data we collect and the more we understand of what's happening around our cities, it will help us better plan. So for the phase one, and I call it phase one because we're just looking, the reason we built these homes and the reason we looked at having this project here in the city was because we were encountering a number of homeless that are residents from the city of Montebello that are unhoused and have no resources or other issues, as they're mentioning, that they struggle with. So the MCAP program just alone, year-to-date, has enrolled, since it started in November, 150 unhoused homeless residents. So that's a large number if you're thinking from our 2020 that we encountered 170, and the number probably is larger. And out of that number, we housed 53 clients just through MCAP year-to-date. So the priority in phase one is obviously to work with our residents. The participants must be engaged in services as there's rules in the Operation Stay Safe. They must follow a plan for housing, so there has to be a goal and objective and progress. And normally we are looking at clients that do have already complex medical issues, and we are finding that we are encountering more seniors that are homeless. Due to only receiving SSI, or they're underinsured and are unable to pay rent. And the other thing, as we're doing our work in the past year, is we're finding out that seniors develop obviously dementia, and they forget to pay bills. Sometimes they forget to pay rent, and we've been noticing that they're losing their housing due to those issues. So the second phase, after we address obviously our local unhoused residents, is to look at the level of need we have in that period, continue our dialogue with the city, with all of you, around the issues of homelessness. And obviously, we're developing a plan with the Volunteers of America of Los Angeles, which we be operating the Operation Stay Safe. And but one of the priorities will continue to be anyone referred through MCAP or PD from the city of Montebello that is unhoused. So that's basically our priority. Next slide. How does this proposed program criteria and eligibility process? So we're working on designing this criteria and eligibility through obviously our fire and PD. We conduct the outreach and engagement. We already are conducting assessments and evaluations, so we're understanding where each case is, where each individual is, and we're offering already case management services. We also have to, one other side of our work is to do crisis intervention when we get a call from our fire department or even PD. So, and also medical emergency. So we actually transport to the ER or to the behavioral urgent care, mental health, and outside of the city. So basically, a client will be referred through MCAP or PD to the, as you see, to the Operation Stay Safe. We will do a warm handoff to the Volunteers of America, and they will continue to do an assessment and provide on-site supportive services. The services that they will get obviously will be housing navigator, case management, behavioral health services, transportation to appointments needed, and the good thing is that we're gonna have a site monitor for 24/7. So they're always being supervised. The goal, obviously, between us and Volunteers of America is to hopefully transition quickly between 60 to 90 days individuals into a more permanent facility, additional housing shelter options, and as there's various programs, and also reentry into supportive community and adequate social support as we're partnering with the workforce development. So we want to really assist our clients engaging back into the community and being part of it.
Angelica, if I'm an unhoused individual and I'm looking at this village, what do I do? Do I call the city? Can I show up to the city hall? If somebody approaches the council member, ask for help, what do you recommend?
So basically right now, everybody's calling MCAP. The number that we have posted, that's the main number that right now we get.
What is that number?
Oh, Lord. You're asking me that. You put me on the spot. I just pressed the MCAP button. Sandra, your number, can you come and give it? So we should have put it here. Next slide. So as many of you attended, the Operation Stay Safe, the restrooms and shower facilities are there, laundry, there's office space, outdoor dining, transportation we'll have right there. We are encouraging, or we actually support a pet area. We support our clients with pets, as sometimes those are their only family. Landscaping and inviting colors, and the security services that we'll have, and they'll have 3 meals per day provided. So nothing is prepared there, will be delivered, so we want to minimize any risk of, causing any trouble on the site. Next slide. I'm like looking for Sandra and the telephone number. Thank you. So right now, as you know, we get referrals from all of you. We get residents that call the PD. We're working with Officer Parks, the fire department, even Beverly Hospital, and everybody's been basically, that's how we've enrolled, right? 150 clients coming through the program.
162 now.
Okay, 162 as of today.
And Angelica, this tiny village is not for rent, it's not affordable housing, there's no charge. Everything is covered if you are a participant in the program. The food, the wraparound services, it's all covered by the program, correct?
Correct. This is not, they're not paying rent, they're not, obviously this is not a, what we call affordable housing. We actually got calls to see if they were submitting applications to be able to get a tiny home as affordable housing. We've had to explain that this is a different program. So there's a huge need out there in housing, just saying, the calls we've been getting. So do you want to give the number?
So the number is 323-480-8219.
Got it.
Andrew, can you repeat that? Area code 323-480?
8219.
8219. Thank you.
So as we continue to do more work around our on-house population, and what we're finding out in our data is we plan to bring later on an updated plan for the city's homeless prevention plan, the 22 to 25, which is currently underway. We're preparing it. We're really excited because we're going to conduct a comprehensive city homeless count this June, one day in the evening and one day at night, because we are feeling that we are missing areas that are not counted during LASA, so we want to really truly see our need. As Sandra mentioned, enrolling 162, that's a lot of individuals, so a lot of need. One thing we're very proud is we've expanded our landlord engagement program. We want to continue working with our landlords. We've had a high interest in them helping the program, and also participate in the incentives that they can get. The other is, one thing that has come up, and I'm sure everyone has talked about it, especially mentioning PTSD, the month of observing PTSD, is that for most of our services in mental health, we're getting families and seniors asking us for local access to mental health services, not just our homeless. We have to leave the city many times to access urgent services for mental health. And needless to say, counseling services are not always there. So we have, in supporting our families and seniors, or even having home visits, counseling at home for our seniors. So that's something that we really want to look at and explore further the need. And as I mentioned, we are getting more families into the MCAP program. So we're seeing family with children. In just this month, I believe we housed 2 families with young children. So,
I think, Angelica, you're housing right now a family that has a 2-year-old with a feeding tube and another a child with needs, and a mom and a dad. And the mom cannot work because she has to have 24/7 care of the child. So imagine that happening in a car. And we were able to place them somewhere, at least to have a shelter. The next step is to figure out how to get them income. But it's a sad tragedy.
Increase their income.
And I do want to echo what Mrs. Tamayo said earlier. The challenges of not just the unhoused or the anonymous unhoused, but folks that have these issues, right? One day you have a job, the next day you lose it, and you're sleeping in a car with kids. And MCAP does an amazing job of the amount of interactions they've done, the impacts they've meant to people's lives. And I know Angelica is a little modest, but thank you for all your hard work, and we're blessed to have you. And thank you for all that you, Sandra, and your team does out there. It's amazing work, and we're a model for the entire country to see how in Montebello we treat homelessness with fire services and paramedic services. And we're proud to be talking about it, and other cities talking to us about it and wanting to learn more about what we do. So thank you.
No, thank you. Any questions?
I'll go down the Councilmember Torres. Any questions?
Thank you much for the presentation and for the update. Very happy to hear from one of the new residents earlier today, and then also to hear about a couple of families that have been housed recently, which just kind of brought to mind the question. I was curious what the current occupancy is for Operation Stay Safe, and then also when we expect it to be fully occupied.
So we're hoping to have it operational by August. If we're pending the electrical.
If I may, Councilmember, we ran into a snag or having trouble getting an electrical panel. We've called everybody in the entire country to see if anybody has a spare. It's a large voltage type panel. The contractor we hired is somebody that does this work very frequently. They can't get it. So we're waiting on that. Once we get the panel in, we have some options of bypassing that for a short time. But that's really our one of our challenges is getting electrical power to the site.
But other than that, we're ready to go. We're wanting to serve 30 individuals. That's what a capacity has for 30 individuals, and we're hoping to serve throughout the year 100. I mean, that's the goal, to serve 100 individuals in 1 year.
That'll conclude my questions and comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. I have no questions, just comments. Everything you all do is amazing, makes a big impact here in the community. Operation Stay Safe, as I've said it many times, it's our way of telling the community that it's a proactive way of dealing with the issue that many cities are facing. And we're helping our most vulnerable populations. It's not for everybody, but it's one way to address the issue. And it's definitely a way that we can take out and we can put members to give them that safe space in order to get them above their feet, a safe space. And I've talked to you many times, I've talked to the team and everything, all the stories that you guys talk about, and your commitment to assure that these individuals get help and get assistance. I mean, when the resident came over, I think we all got a little teary-eyed, right, of her sharing her story. And that's the impact that you all do, and that's the impact that makes a difference here in the community. And stories like that is what we want to continue to hear, and we want to assure that we continue to do everything that we can to take care of our residents, right? So it's amazing. I know this is going to be a success, and like the city manager alluded to, this is a model that the whole country can look at and see the successes that we're going to have and that we're having, so then they can implement it in their own cities, in their own municipalities. So you should all be very proud of everything that you do and the impact that you make in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember, the other day we dropped off a patient at County USC, and the chief Chief Pelias was sharing the story with me, and when the MCAP team showed up with the patient, the staff there said, "Oh, MCAP, Montebello MCAP's here. Open the doors and come on in. We know who you are. Thank you for what you do," and treated us with dignity and respect. And it was a proud moment for the staff and for me and the chief to learn that they're highly respected for what they do. And you know, this is a hospital facility that sees thousands of patients, you know, every day. And MCAP drives in and they know who we are and they greet us with a smile and they thank us for what we do. So the word's getting out.
And I want to say that, you know, we don't, obviously, when you come to work into this field, you really have to have a certain personality. It's not an easy work, but when we get ability to enter into a facility and we're helping our client, it's really to serve that client, to get them quickly into services that they need. And we also have our other stories. I mean, one day we can share. But we do have our clients follow rules and you know, we work with them because that's the only way that eventually, hopefully, they'll build the structure themselves. So it's some clinical interventions as well.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes, first of all, I just want to commend you, Angelica, Sandra, the rest of the MCAP team, for just the amazing and incredible work that you're doing in spearheading a program like this in our city. It's really, you know, displaying to our region and our state the compassion and the empathy that the city of Montebello has in addressing an issue like this. I apologize. And just, you know, the incredible work, the, you know, mental capacity, the emotional capacity that you have to put, you know, forward to be able to manage these types of cases. And, you know, I know that there have been times that I've emailed and, hey, I heard about a resident, or not a resident, but someone that's homeless that, you know, can the MCAP team go out and actually, you know, do a wellness check, and you've always been on it. And I think that's a beautiful thing, that our city has the capacity to be able to address those issues in real time. And we've seen that, you know, the county as well as other cities just don't have that capacity to be able to do it. And so overall, really, you know, happy to see the process of how we are going to be able to house residents. I know we have community members reaching out, asking about this program, how can we sign up, and now being able to provide that information and educational materials is going to be extremely important. And just overall, just want to thank you guys one last time for the incredible work that's being done.
And just to mention, I know Councilmember Torres asked, but right now we have 24 participants on the waiting list to enter into tiny homes. So it would actively be filled.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
I think everyone already said maybe everything, but Angelica, Sandra, Andrew, Jonathan, everyone on the team. Sandra came up to give you an update. She's at 162. And I remember just a few weeks ago, we were like maybe at 70 something, or maybe it was a few weeks ago, maybe it was more. But I want to share a story with you. On Sunday, I was running down on the riverbed, and I ran across these gentlemen that I've referred to all of you before. And one of them said, hey, you're the lady that brought the ladies with the fire department. So one of them asked, and I didn't reach out to you yet because I don't think he was all there, but he said, can you tell him to come back? Because I remember Sanders telling me that you went out there, offered services, and then they didn't want them. I want to go back to, again, back in 2018 when some of us first started on the council, and Chief Pelias, who's always very quiet and just sitting back there, I don't know if Chief. Okay, so I just want to remind everyone that this was a vision, right, that he had, and we sat down and he shared this. And to me back then, it didn't seem impossible, but it seemed like it was going to take so much. And it was going to take so much, not to do the work, but to pick the right people, right? You have to have an eye, you have to have that intuition for having, like, not just the smart ones, the bright ones, the hardworking ones, but the ones that have the empathy, the ones, your intuition, you have to use it. And I think he really, I mean, he's clearly done a phenomenal job at picking the right team. And again, I couldn't be happier or prouder of like having this type of program in our city, because yes, it is a model program, and it's wonderful to see that. It's like every day you guys have these stories, and I know you have a lot more than just Monique that you want to share with us. But I want to remind each and every one of you that I think we're all here. If there's nothing else that we all normally agree on, this has to be like the one thing that I feel with all the confidence in the world that we all wholeheartedly support this, and we're all really proud of everything that you guys do every day. Angelica,
Thank you.
I know I'm sorry for bugging you so much and asking you for, little things here and there, but it's all, when I come across these folks on the streets and the riverbed, I know that you guys are the experts, and I couldn't think of better people to do this job. So thank you. A todos.
You're welcome.
Sandra, are you coming up to say something?
No. Sandra's sharing with me that this month we're housing 20 people. So just. I'm sorry. Next week? Next week. The next couple of weeks. But
That's in addition to the 50, in addition to the 50.
So it's a combination. Andrew, he's amazing. He's the one who actually housed some of the clients that we have. It's a combination of.
So I understand that Andrew is a legend, that he actually housed 44 individuals in 1 month when he worked for Path. Thankfully, we stole them away, but can you share with us?
Yeah, I mean, in my time, hi everyone, my name is Andrew. My time in Path, in homeless services, I worked here for 5 years. Prior to coming with the fire department, I'm looking at the numbers and everything, and it looks like 150 individuals that I personally housed during my time in working homeless services. So those landlords that I was able to maintain and build here in the city are vital in making sure that we're able to connect our participants to permanent housing. We see a bottleneck of individuals stuck in interim housing and shelter because they can't get that next step to reach to permanent housing. So it's really vital that we expand our landlord engagement workshops and our program, so we notify landlords here to help us make a difference. So yes, we're in line to house 20 individuals. It's 12 adults and 8 children. So in the next week or two, and 2 dogs. Actually, sorry, 7 dogs. There's one participant.
That's very important.
Very important. So there's one participant that actually has 5 dogs. She just one of the dogs had a litter, 4 dogs. So I'm gonna have to work with the landlord to say, hey,
we're not gonna feed those dogs here again, right?
No.
Okay.
So so 12 adults, 8 children, and 20 dogs. We couldn't do it. I couldn't do it without this team too. So the help with MCAP, obviously we're a team. It's a team effort. So I definitely would like to encourage our partners here, everyone here in the City Hall. If you know anyone that would be interested in the program, or you want to direct us to talk to them to inform them about the incentives and advantages, we would love to talk to them to further our pool of landlords that want to participate in our program. So yeah.
Thank you. Like my colleagues mentioned.
Thank you, Angelica.
Wait.
Wait.
Renee. Forgot me.
I know, right?
Like my colleagues mentioned, this whole team goes down to the riverbed in the nighttime when it's cold. They get sloshed full of unmentionables, but they have all of you have this amazing heart. And you don't treat them as, oh, just another homeless person, or, oh, they're not all there. You treat them with dignity and respect. And I thank you for that. I do have one ask, since I did hear homeless count is coming up if you will have me, I will be happy to volunteer with you again. And if nobody has done it, I know a few of my colleagues have done it, you can do it in the morning or in the middle of the night. Again, it's cold, and you drive every single street in the city of Montebello looking for homeless, and if you'll have me, I'll help you again.
Well, actually, I'm very excited about this count because it's a little bit different. We're actually going to conduct one-on-one interviews with those who are homeless and try to collect their answers and then present the data of their needs. So we're getting their input as to what's going on, what are they facing, so that we have better data to drive program building and design, and also where we can get funding. Obviously, if you want to continue getting funding, we have to show the need and what this city has, what are the gaps in need. So this is a little bit different, but I'll invite all of you to participate.
And Mayor, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Officer Park. Officer Park is also very, very instrumental as part of the team. So Chief Espinoza, thank you for Officer Park's hard work and helping us coordinate the effort. So thank you to Officer Park.
Please. And one other individual and team who's always kind of there but not there, Gary and his team. I don't know if he's a paid or if he's a volunteer, but he does everything everywhere. I know all of you have seen Gary.
Gary came from us, from Monique Rivera as a 960. He's a retiree in Newton. He came to us, and it was perfect timing. After he came, COVID hit, and then became unlimited for 960s to work. And Gary's done just about everything from repairing a floor to changing a faucet to putting tile to painting to fixing light bulbs. Anything he gets asked to do. Fire stations he does, and he works for burritos and fish fillet sandwiches.
And he also worked on the Operation Stay Safe.
And he's a local resident. He lives close by to City Hall, which is a big plus. He's a Montebello Oiler. When the tiny home issue came up, we had this dilemma of, okay, the tiny homes are coming next week. We thought they were going to be built and put in place, but we found out really quickly that the tiny homes needed a frame, a wood frame that's level, because the parking lots aren't level. And we had all kinds of ideas of how to get it done, and Gary just said, get out of the way, I'll do it. The 960 time for Gary ended April 1st. Since April 1st, he has been volunteering for free, showing up and doing what he does for free. And we hug him, we buy him lunch, we do whatever we can for him. He's an amazing individual. Gary's God sent to us, and he's done a lot, not just for work, but for mentoring others to show them, the trade. But Gary's amazing, and Gary's someone that really helped us get Operation Stay Safe up and out.
And all on his time.
So if you're listening, Gary, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. With that, yes. The first item of business is regular business, item number 9. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the title?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Item number 9 is the consideration of adoption of resolutions number 22-38 and 22-39, adopting memorandum of understanding between the city and the Montebello Police Management Association and the city and the Montebello Police Officers Association.
Mr. City Manager, is there a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to have our HR Director, Mr. Nicholas Razzo, present on this item.
That made a weird noise. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, good evening. It's exciting to be in front of you again for the third time. You probably remember me for the first couple times I was up here to ask for ratification for first 4 comprehensive MOUs, and then subsequently 2 more. And tonight we're requesting for ratification 2 more tentative agreements, this time with the Police Officers Association and also with the Police Management Association. So very exciting. After tonight, we'll have 1 bargaining group left, which is very exciting for the HR team. So first, I'd again like to thank the City Council for the authority. We could not do this without your authority, so we thank you. For the City Manager and Assistant City Manager, thank you for your guidance, your leadership, and for doing the right thing by all employees. To the HR team, Michelle, Nicole, Liz, Kathleen, thank you again. They've been coming to each of these council meetings as we go for ratification with these tentative agreements due to the fact that this team here behind me puts in a lot of legwork, a lot of conversations, a lot of meetings, a lot of presentations, a lot of communications, and a lot of answering of questions. So I'd always like them to be here each evening to be able to honor them, because without them, I would not be able to be in front of you today for the third time. As you all remember, two big projects that were two big goals for the HR team since the city manager and assistant city manager have been here has been to produce comprehensive MOUs and to do a classification and a total compensation study citywide. We have been able to accomplish those both. The classification and total compensation study was huge. It was the first time in Montebello history. It's one of those things that we should be doing every 4 to 5 years as just good practice, industry standard. But we wanted to ensure that we did a classification and total comp prior to starting labor negotiations with all the groups. In September, October of 2020, we met and conferred with all the labor groups to include the Police Management and Police Officers Association to establish comparators. As you recall from my 2 presentations before, there were 17 cities that were identified. 13 of those had police departments and had sworn positions, so those were used as the comparators. We also met and conferred with the Police Management Group and the Police Officers Association regarding what was going to be compared, so this way there was no surprises when the data came back to them. Next slide, please. And 2 more slides. Thank you. In July, we came to the City Council and presented the data from the classification and total compensation study that was conducted by public sector personnel consultants. And then we went and met and conferred with all the labor groups and presented to all 10 labor groups the findings from the classification and total compensation study. What the study identified, which we all knew, but now we had data to justify it, was that 83% of our positions citywide were more than 5% behind the market. Which is not normal, but that is something that does occur when you do not do a citywide classification and total compensation study for so many years. For these 2 groups, for the PMA and for the Police Officers Association, that meant 1 to 7% behind the market for these groups respectively. Next slide, please. In November of 2021, the city manager, assistant city manager, director of finance, and the HR team started to meet with all the groups for labor negotiations due to the contracts expiring in December 31st of 2021. The preliminary proposals for all 10 groups to include the 2 tonight were structured salary schedule, which the city did not have. Leave banks, we found that through the study, we were also behind on all our leave banks. We also had annual leave, and we proposed for all groups vacation, sick, and holiday, which is consistent with the market. Also, in front of you tonight, for the PMA and the POA, you'll see that the structured salary schedule, the leave banks, the holidays, which was, again, elephant in the room. We do not have true holidays. We now have proposed 12. Again, the 2 in front of you tonight are consistent with the previous 6 that we brought for you for ratification. And to continue to promote a learning organization, education incentive was increased for both of these groups, along with certificate pay. Next slide, please. In December of 21, that's Eric, don't look at that, to May of 2022, we continued to meet with all the labor groups to include these 2. And again, structured salary schedule was number 1. We've been able to get those ratified for all 6 other groups. We were the only one of 17 cities that did not have a structured salary schedule. Next slide, please. Leave banks. As I mentioned a couple slides ago, we were on annual leave, I think since about 1980. We are now in 2022 with vacation, sick, and holiday. And we've been able to get those more in line with the market to ensure that our employees have the appropriate leave banks and appropriate categorized for accuracy as well. And again, holidays, 12 paid holidays. This is consistent with the other 6 groups as well. And before the MOU you have in front of you before you tonight, these 2 groups did not have any holidays included in their leave banks. Next slide, please. With these 2 groups respectively, we increased the education and certificate pays for the associate's degree from $250 to $300, bachelor's degree $400 to $500, supervisory certificate from $150 to $250, and management certificate from $150 to $250 to be more in line with the market based on the data that we received through the classification and total compensation study. I expedited the presentation a little bit more this time from the previous 2, since I know City Council have heard it now for the 3rd time. But at this time, that concludes my presentation, and I could answer any questions.
Councilmember Torres, any questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Article 2, Section A of the MOU deals with compensation. It says employees who achieve a satisfactory evaluation on their annual performance review will, quote, generally receive a 2-step increase. It also allows increases beyond 2 steps that can be granted by the city manager. So I was curious, I mean, I have my own understanding of how reviews usually go, but just to be clear, I was curious what the levels of an evaluation are.
You said levels of evaluation?
Mm-hmm. So when we say that someone who achieves a satisfactory evaluation, where does satisfactory fall within the scheme of evaluations?
So there's evaluation forms for the 2 groups, respectively, tonight in front of you for the police management and POA. There's evaluation guidelines that are followed by the supervisors, managers, or lieutenants and chiefs that are followed that basically you check boxes into different categories regarding the performance of an employee. And based on that evaluation, the supervisor is able to propose a 2-step generally. And we wanted to be consistent due to the fact that we're coming and moving from a range that currently is 5% between each steps, and we're going to a salary structure that is 2.5% between each steps. So we wanted to ensure that the authority for the supervisors is still at the same percentage, although it's 2 steps now in this new structure. And just as it is now, what we always say in the HR world is if you have a unicorn and you have someone that is performing well above the standard, this employee would have the ability to earn to 7.5% based on city manager approval. So we wanted to make sure that it had its checks and balances, again, going from the department level, going to the city manager for that additional that's above and beyond the 5% to remain consistent with our current standard.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Are there any other employee groups that generally receive a 2-step increase?
Correct. When we met and conferred with all the bargaining groups, that was conveyed to all the bargaining groups that the discretion of 5% still remains as it does today, even going over to the new salary schedule. The language is different for each of the bargaining groups based on what we met and conferred on at the table. But the consensus across the board for all groups is that the authority for the director or the supervisors in that department is still 5%.
Right, but to differentiate the 2, in police, it's generally assumed that you get a 2-step increase. If you get a 1-step, that has to be justified. Whereas for other employee groups, you get a 1-step, but if you get a 2-step increase, that 2-step has to be justified. So it works.
Council member, just to clarify, for the other groups as well, generally, employees based on satisfactory performance will receive a 2-step. And if it's less than that, again, through documentation, and each department has that documentation, there's checks, there's boxes to check. There's also room for correspondences for content that it needs to be justified either way.
Great, thank you for clarifying. Madam Mayor, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the HR team for working on this. We've seen many of the presentations, and we've been educated on how the process is and how it can be a long process, right? So also, I'd like to congratulate and thank both Montebello Police Management Association as well as the Montebello Police Officers Association for coming to an agreement. I know it's, I just want to tell both groups that we value everything that you do here in the community, everything that you do here in the city, and we appreciate here in the council all the hard work that you put in. So again, congratulations to both HR and the city us and with the associations for coming together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralta?
Yes, just thank you so much, Director, as well as HR and the bargaining groups. Again, I know the process is definitely months long, a lot of meet and confer meetings, and just the understanding and building that consensus to come to an agreement is extremely crucial, and a lot of hard work is put behind that. The only question I just have, and it's just more for my educational understanding, is I do see that the contract is for 1.5 years versus 3 years. So just once that contract does end, would that just restart the negotiation process similar to how we have it now?
Correct, Councilmember. Actually, we'd be starting up a little bit prior to the expiration of this MOU.
Got it. And then just understanding the reasoning behind that.
And Councilman, if I may, that's a very great observation. Hence that this one is 18 months and most of our others were 3 years. When we did the class and comp study, the police department was the closest group that was closest to market. So it didn't make sense for a long-term because they were so close to market, and we wanted to get them on this new standard or format of 10 steps, which we were eventually were able to agree to. So yes, in 18 months is going to come really quickly. So we're going to be at the table here pretty soon again. We would hope that the next agreement is a more longer-term agreement.
Got it. I appreciate the response. Thank you.
David and Omar, we met so many times and got to know each other so very well, and we're going to be back at the table here very shortly. So,
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
I want to thank the ladies, excuse me, Nick, the HR team back there. I love that they're all here because they've been there doing the work. I mean, I know you're there, Nick, but I want to echo what Sal just said and thank the management and officers association. I think although it's been a lot of work, it seems that it might have also been very educational for everyone. Maybe some of your team members and some of the officers. I'm really excited to finally get that this day is finally here. So thank you again, and congratulations to both parties. And with that, oh wait, were you going to say something else? Go ahead.
Just a second. Again, like my colleagues said, thank you to your whole HR team. You countless hours. I know you guys were driving back and forth, having meetings here, so really appreciate that. Director Razzo, I did see that merit increase, and it concerned me because we have 66,000, give or take 68,000 people, and our Montebello Police Department, MPOA and MPMA, excuse me for a minute, do a hell of a job with the number of officers at any given time, going back and forth. I don't know, Chief, if I can say this, 6 to 8 officers on a given day for that amount of people. You guys really do a hell of a job, so we appreciate it. I will now turn it over. I believe somebody wanted to make a motion.
Mayor, may I? We have an item later on the agenda, so just keep that in mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
I got you. I got you.
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll just say I'll second. Okay. Deputy, I'm sorry, Mr. City Clerk, if you can please take roll.
Councilor Torres.
Aye.
Councilor Melendez.
Aye.
Councilor Peralta.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Coughlin.
Yes, aye. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, that brings us to our next item, second item of regular business, item number 12, Mr. City Attorney. 10.
That's okay. Yes, Mayor. Item number 10 is the consideration of the adoption of fiscal year 2022-2023 operating and capital budget.
Mr. City Manager, I believe there's a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my pleasure to present to you the fiscal year 2022-2023 operating capital budget. And I'd like to have our Finance Director, Michael Salarza, present the item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. Appreciate it. It's exciting to be able to up here presenting a $200 million spending plan. Everything under the sun that we talk about on a daily basis that our residents experience, that the service we're able to provide to our residents is included in this budget. Next slide, please. So we've come to you several times to provide updates and background information, and again, excited that here we are today proposing to adopt the budget for fiscal year 22-23. And I just want to take a moment that there's a lot of things I think that you can be proud of in this budget. I mean, we just heard some great information from MCAP. I mean, the grant funds and potential grant funds and those day-to-day operations are funded in this budget. I mean, we saw firsthand somebody who gets helped by MCAP, and I think there's a lot of wonderful things in this budget besides that services are provided to residents and the community at large. Expanding community services programs, expanding frontline equipment for our public safety, police and firefighters, expanding services in public works, as been mentioned. This is the year of public works with this budget, so really expanding service, getting to a 7-day model where we have weekend service, litter abatement crew. So again, a lot of good things in this budget. I think that the council can be proud of in terms of supporting. Next slide. So no change from last week when this was presented. The proposed budget for the general fund, looking at $695,700 surplus. Third consecutive year that a general fund budget is being presented with a surplus, growing every year. So what's nice is everything is fully funded. You know, the MOUs that have been passed so far to date, those salary increases, the other benefit increases are fully funded in this budget. And we have a $695,000 surplus. And as we go through the presentation, there's lots of supplementals that are included in this budget, and yet we still have some room here. Next slide. So again, all funds budget, about $203 million in revenue, balanced against $184 million in expenditures. And that's the general fund. Our grant funds, again, MCAP, that's our grant funds there. Transit, $35 million operation just on the operations side, but there's federal and state grants that support equipment and capital needs of our transit, our hotels, our golf course. And most importantly, we get a fair amount of funding from the county and the state for our road projects. So included in this budget is also our capital improvement program budget, which is funded primarily with state gas tax, SB1, and the bevy of county funds that we get. So a very large budget that encompasses all of those services that residents take advantage of on a daily basis. Next slide. So full-time positions, the majority of these positions you'll see is in transit. That's our largest operation, followed by police, proposing about 535 full-time positions, increasing that 43 from the adopted budget. The majority of that increase is in transit. Again, has been presented in prior meetings. There's a staffing plan. We do have a shortage of bus operators, so there's a real need there. And over the next couple of years, ramping up and hopefully getting fully staffed in that area. But also increasing staff across other departments where necessary. And as you'll see some reductions in some departments, increases in others. As mentioned before, this budget also incorporates kind of the rebuilding of public works and moving building, parks, and building maintenance into public works from community development and parks and recreation. So again, what you see there in terms of some reductions in staffing areas and increases in others, taking account for that moving of divisions. Next slide. So the budget includes, as mentioned, 43 staffing positions across all departments. Fire, there's a battalion chief that would oversee the training for the entire department. Telecommunications technician, we have a very robust radio network that serves not just Montebello, but lots of surrounding public safety agencies. Definitely a need there. Parks and Recreation, adding a community services supervisor, giving Director Sosnowski some additional supervision and management assistance there for all of the programming that he does. Public Works, again, this is the year of Public Works, so definitely adding some much needed staffing there. Manager, assistant director, principal engineer, and you'll see a couple of trades positions, electrician and plumber. Community development, again, very important. We've been talking about part of the 21-22 budget was expanding our economic development program and community development, so adding a dedicated manager there. Again, that's part of the engine that when we get to the revenue side and we see how much sales tax we bring in, that economic development program can help us build that base and continue building sales tax here in Montebello. Next slide. Human Resources, adding an assistant director and another analyst. That HR analyst will be dedicated to transit. Again, with the staffing plan in the next couple of years, a very definite need there for assistance with, there it is, assistance with recruitments. And then transit, a couple of analysts, again, the bus operators, and a dedicated building maintenance person for their facility. And then police, crime analyst. Again, a lot of the statistics that are generated, currently the police chief doesn't have a dedicated analyst to really put those statistics to work and help craft a better community and police response. So again, very essential position there. So again, looking at all of the 43 positions, 30 of those are bus operators, and the majority of those positions are funded outside of the general fund. Next slide. So on the maintenance and operations side, about $1.8 million in supplemental requests are included in this budget. About $900,000 of that is in the general fund. The other half is in funded by other non-general fund sources. Next slide. So just a breakdown of what those supplemental requests will get us. In addition to economic development manager, there's obviously building our economic development program. There's publications to help sell Montebello. There's travel, there's conferences, there's other things that go along with just adding a body to building our economic development program. In fire, continuing, this is the third year now where we are replacing vital safety equipment for our firefighters. Air tanks, the scuba equipment, SCBA equipment, facility improvements. Obviously, we have some aging fire stations and definitely making some much needed facility improvements there. Human resources, as we build our human capital, as we engage our employees, doing more doing formal employee orientation events and employee engagement events throughout the year. Again, it's very important kind of building that culture of engagement here in Montebello. So adding resources for those kinds of programs. Parks and Rec, adding some much needed vehicles, growing our Christmas tree, so our Christmas tree will be even taller this coming year. The utility box beautification program, and then the community. I thought it was just water. It's the special water. And then for police, much needed patrol and admin vehicles, some SWAT equipment, some software and consulting services. And then Public Works, again, continuing that theme for this year, vehicles, signs, guardrails, uniforms. And again, as was shown a couple of presentations ago between Public Works and Police, we definitely have a need for replacing some very old vehicles. So some good supplementals in this budget. So next slide. So all that said, we're looking at about a $68 million in revenue for the general fund. That's about a 1.8% increase over last year's actuals, about 11% increase over the adopted budget. The biggest increase coming in sales tax. Again, Measure H is doing very, very well. It's about almost a 13% increase in sales tax from last year's actuals to proposed. And even our property tax still is doing well, about an 8.8% increase from actuals to proposed. So some good ongoing revenue that's helping to support our budget. Next slide. And I focus on sales and property tax for the obvious reason. Those are our two largest sources of general fund revenue. So obviously, a lot of what we do, again, going back to building our economic development program here, the more work we can do there to bring businesses to Montebello, the greater we can increase our sales tax, the slice of the pie there that generates revenue. Next slide. And then speaking of sales tax, the city receives sales tax from three different sources. Kind of the traditional 1% Bradley Burns, that's pretty much sales tax that every agency gets. The Measure H, that's the transaction use tax that was passed by almost 2/3 of Montebello voters in March of 2020. And as you see, that's grown. The very first year was projecting $6 million. We actually got $7.7 million. Looking to get about $9.3 million this year, and then next year, $9.4 million. So a very, very significant source of revenue. And it's important. I feel the need to always point this out. None of these supplementals, none of the expansion of services that have been in previous budgets, let alone this budget, would be possible. None of that would be possible without Measure H. So a big thanks to the residents for supporting that. And you can see the impact on a daily basis, I think. And when you look at some of the supplemental spending we've included in budgets over the years, 53% of that supplemental spending has gone to police and fire. So yes, Measure H is a general fund revenue, but there's been a priority in committing that extra revenue to our public safety areas. And I think that's very important. Next slide. So against the $68 million in revenue, we have the $67 million in expenditures. It's actually, when you compare actuals to actuals, it's actually a decrease of 2%. Again, what we're accounting for in the proposed budget is actual ongoing expenditures. And in any given year, you're going to have some one-time expenditures, hence kind of the spike you see in last year. But definitely the ability to support growing expenditures with our growth in revenue. Next slide. And on the general fund side of things, police and fire being the biggest operations in the general fund. Again, transit's our biggest operation overall, all funds. And then public works, we have a fair amount of resources committed to that. Next slide. And then transit. Again, our largest enterprise fund, looking at a $35 million proposed budget for next year. We are fortunate, it's being supported by about $51 million in revenue. We're getting about $16 million in one-time revenue through CARES Act money and ARPA. So federal government has supplied a lot of money to agencies, especially transit agencies, to help them with the COVID response. So there will be about $51 million in revenue to support these operations. And again, this is just operational. There's several million dollars in grants and restricted funding that help with capital projects with transit. So a very well-funded operation, a lot of needs. As you know, we're replacing buses and upgrading facilities and things like that, but the funding is definitely there. Next slide. And then, as has been discussed for three budget cycles now, is the absolute need to upgrade our information technology backbone. we heard a presentation recently in April about the dangers that we face with cyber attacks and the lacking in cybersecurity that could plague us. And so included in this budget is the first year of a 5-year plan to do a complete overhaul of our IT infrastructure. Next slide. So in year one, what's appropriated is $4.7 million in a special capital fund. Again, that's just an accounting maneuver to help us track the expenses related to this project. The majority of those funds are going towards stuff you can put your hands around, hardware, software licenses. Obviously, there is a need for professional services to help us implement and to roll out the upgrade. And we are committing $4.7 million of ARPA funds towards this. Again, having taken direction from council as part of the September 2021 study session to place some funding, some of the $16 million we get in ARPA funding towards the IT project. So that's where that funding is going. Next slide. And then there's more detail that was provided to council last week, but this is an overview of our capital improvement program, about $18 million. Again, funded from state resources like gas tax and SB1, all of our Metro local return funds, some grant money. And obviously that's, the majority of that is new and some ongoing projects. Obviously throughout the year, we'll have some new projects that'll have a need to be engaged, and obviously that'll come to council. But for right now, that is the plan, about $18.6 million in capital projects throughout the city. Next slide. And then in addition to the transit operation, we have a couple of other high-profile enterprise operations, our 2 hotels, the Hilton Garden Inn. As we get further and further out of the doldrums of the pandemic, people are starting to travel more. There's more business travel, so we are seeing, thankfully, a return to occupancy rates, an increase in occupancy rates in our hotels. So you'll see proposed budget for the Hilton Garden Inn, about $360,000 surplus, and we're still paying debt on this. That was restructured in 2019. It actually was to actually take advantage of lower interest rates. The principal and interest payments are budgeted in there too. So I mean, when you look at a surplus, that's all in. That's our debt service, that's operations, that's everything, and we're still looking at a surplus for the Hilton Garden Inn. Home 2 Suites, next slide please. Showing a much larger surplus. Home 2 Suites has recovered a little quicker from the pandemic, but, and again, same thing as Hilton Garden Inn. Everything required to operate to pay the debt service is included in that budget, and you see an over $2 million surplus for next year. So, again, this is quite the endeavor. It's a 5-month project. Obviously, thanking the council for their support, Renee and management for support, and obviously this is not a one-person job. I mean, I want to thank my executive team fellow members for assisting me and being really good with deadlines this year. I appreciate that. Thanking my finance staff and all the staff in the departments for really working hard and putting this together. It's again, I get the privilege of talking about it, but it's definitely, it takes a village kind of thing, and it's been a work in progress, but every year we do better and the budget process gets a little easier. So again, I want to thank you. And
do you guarantee a GFOA award?
I guarantee a GFOA award. Yes, I will say that. I'm not even crossing my fingers. Yes, I guarantee another GFOA award. Absolutely. So next slide. So again, at that point, again, I want to thank City Council for indulging me. And if there's questions, I'll take them at this point.
Okay. Third time presented to us. Thank you for that. Councilmember Torres, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to touch on a couple points, and Director Solorza, first of all, thank you so much again to you and your team for the work that you've done over the last 5 months putting this together. Definitely appreciate it, and again, just to repeat, the incredible task to allocate and make a plan for $200 million. And this is something that you guys do day in and day out, so it's definitely appreciated. Thank you. I did want to bring to council's attention a small issue on business license fees. Minor points that on the city website, it seems that the business license fee document still shows the old rates, the higher rates before they were before we had a moratorium on raising them. And then also just reports from the community that some people are still being charged the higher rates and some people still have not received the refunds from when we forgave a portion of the higher charges that we put. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention. I also did want to follow up on on a question I had last week about the battalion chief as a training administrator. I do have information that as far as I understand, and Mr. City Attorney, I'm not sure if I can talk about the memo that we received earlier, or is that confidential? Or reference it? The memo that we received earlier in an email regarding battalion chiefs.
Well, again, items from closed session should not be discussed in open session.
It's not closed session. It was.
Arnold, this was an email and a question that we answered. I believe he can talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Just for council's information, from my understanding, that it's the minority of organizations, and it seems to be the larger ones like a Glendale or a Burbank that have a standalone battalion chief that solely handles training. It is definitely the case that it is something that's handled at the battalion chief level. And for the most part, it seems that for the other organizations that were listed, that it's usually the battalion chief that handles it for their particular battalion. So that's just for council's information. Mr. Soloza, I did have a question about the golf course, and thank you for noting the variance there in Home 2 Suites. I was wondering how we were jumping so much there, so thank you for the explanation. Yes. So in fiscal year 1920, we had revenues of $400,000. In 2021, we had revenues of $600,000, and I was just curious where the anticipated deficit of $77,000 comes into play.
So with, actually, let me indulge me for 1 second, and let me pull up that detail there so I can actually speak intelligently towards that. So with the golf course, so what we're anticipating is there was a slight drop in revenue proposed for 22-23. What we'd seen with the pandemic was with everybody at home, we were seeing an increase in rounds of golf as people had more time on their hands. So what I noticed with more recent trends was our actual golf operations revenue was trending a little lower. Hence, still doing much better than we had in years prior, but showing a little drop off in what we had seen early in the pandemic with the number of people actually playing golf.
Understood. Thank you very much. I also did want to make, I think what is another minor correction, or just my understanding may be a little bit different. And I'm not sure exactly what page this was in the budget message. I have the general page of the PDF here. But it does mention that in April 2021, that council gave approval for a contract to start doing IT infrastructure. And so I just wanted to make the slight correction that wasn't until September of 2021, that original April 2021 contract was for IT support services, like a help desk, essentially, not so much the strategic plan. And let's see. And then I'll save some of my other comments here, but Lastly, there is mention of a contractor service schedule. And I believe it says there's a schedule included in the budget book that provides a description of the majority of these contract services expenses by department. So I just wanted to double check that that was included. But aside from that, again, thank you so much for all your hard work on this. And Madam Mayor, that concludes my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know we've seen the budget process we've seen this many times, so thank you for the detail and for the many presentations. First of all, I'd like to highlight to the community that we have over $695,000 surplus. Again, this shows that we've been responsible with our spending. Third consecutive year with a surplus. That's something to highlight and to acknowledge and to tell the community that our budget is healthy, that our city is healthy, and that we're making all the right decisions here at City Hall. Also highlight that it's a year of public works, and I know there's big projects with public works. A challenge that when I first got to the council that many of us had was the lack of staffing, and we all knew that poses a lot of challenges, and in order for us to run a professional city, a professional government here in this, and to provide the services to our constituents, we need a healthy staffing level. So again, to see the numbers go up for public works, it's a testament of the direction that we're going here and that we've been going here at City Hall. That's definitely it's definitely going to meet the needs of the projects and the work that we have been doing and that we're going to continue to do here in the city. As far as just a couple of questions, are the earmarks highlighted anywhere in this budget, or is that something that gets highlighted by any chance in the budget? Because I know we had grants and all that, but is that something that gets put in there?
Specifically, which earmarks are you speaking to?
I mean, I know we've received funding from the senator's office in regards to building a fence and stuff like that. Is that also included here, or is that completely separate?
That's completely separate. So we did receive about $935,000 in the current fiscal year from Senator Archuletta's office for fencing on the flood control channel. We're still working through the state and how that funding will actually be received. But once it is, we'll come to council because we have to appropriate those funds, and it'll be called out in its own account so we can account for how that gets spent. And typically, that's how that process will flow. Any money coming from our local state senator or assemblyman, we would come back to council to actually appropriate it.
Perfect. And as regards to Measure H, I know we have a projection of what it is, and there's a variation in it. What does that do to? Is that because it's just a big pool of money from the county that changes every year that gets allocated? I know the voters passed and all that, but how does that work, and why is there a variation there?
So the good thing about Measure H, good thing about any transaction use tax is and in this case, our case, the 3/4 cent stays here in Montebello. We retain all of it. So the good news is for every dollar that's spent, right, 1.75% of that comes back to us in tax. So it's not, in the case of Measure H, it's not a pool. We actually get to keep it. So the variation has been, as our consultants have explained to me, part of that first year has been getting retailers up to speed on submitting that transaction use tax. Because whether you're a large operator or a small operator, like you have to get used to oh, there's another tax form I have to file. So you'll see an increase from that first year, 2021 to 21-22. Part of it also is as the economy's been improving, there's some natural growth there with retail activity. So the variance is from a couple of different reasons.
Got it. That concludes my comments and questions. And again, thank you for another successful budget presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peralta?
Yes, thank you, Director, for your presentation and the work put forth. I do have some questions. I know you did mention a little bit about ARPA funds, and so just kind of understanding what the remaining amount that has yet to be allocated. I do know that council has allocated portions of that, and then the amount that has yet to be allocated, is that something that is formally included in the budget proposal today, or how does that get denoted?
Yes, so the City of Montebello is to receive a total of $16.6 million in ARPA funding, and the way the federal government does that is they did it in two awards. There was May of 2021 and then May of this year. So we got $8.3 million in, for all intents and purposes, for the current fiscal year, 21-22. So part of the reporting, part of the claiming process is we had to do a calculation to determine what our, if we were going to use this for revenue loss, what our total revenue loss amount was. So our calculated revenue loss was $20 million, which means, per federal guidelines, that entire $16 million award, we can claim as revenue loss, which gives us broad latitude in terms of how it can be programmed. So far through 21-22, we have recognized almost $7 million of that as revenue loss. There's a $4.7 million that's included in the 22-23 budget towards the IT infrastructure. There was also direction from council at that September study session to use a portion of that for our sewers. So at some point, once, I'll be working with Director Enriquez in terms of coming up with a plan for that money would be appropriated. So any remaining amount we would count towards, it's all being counted towards revenue loss. So we have broad leeway, but in terms of specific projects, the IT infrastructure, sewer, and general revenue loss.
And Councilmember, if I may, some of the things that are popping up for us that we're really concerned is the police department. So we want to make sure we have funds available if that's a big price tag, that we have some of those funds available to pay for something like that. And also the golf course, to look at funds. You're seeing astronomical amounts of increases in materials and cost and labor. And we want to make sure that we have money available to cover that if those bids come in higher than what we expect. And we can come back and talk a little bit more about the council in more detail about the funds and some of our the vision we have for those and get council direction as well.
Thank you. Also, I did want to ask a question, and I know there were various revisions to titles and positions, and one of the questions I did have was in relation to, I know there are going to be a lot of changes to our Public Works Department. I do see that there are two positions that are being proposed to be added, which is the Assistant Director of Public Works and then the Deputy Director. I did note that other departments have the revised title of the Deputy Director to Assistant Director, but have that one position versus having the two. What is the reasoning behind this, the department having these two positions versus the one that other departments have?
If I may, some of the challenges specifically in Public Works is the engineering side, right? The engineer license person versus the less technical person, or say like a deputy. So that gives ultimate flexibility to ensure if we can bring somebody that's talented that has a license, an engineering license, they can come in at the assistant position, or somebody that maybe has more experience in Public Works and come in the deputy side. So it gives us ultimate flexibility to ensure we get the right technical experience in those departments.
Got it. Thank you. And then I just have two general comments. One has to do with the capital improvement projects being proposed. I think that it's important for council to be able to receive a little bit more information in regards to what areas some of these programs and initiatives will be addressing. So I know we do have, the general titles of, concrete repair program, intersection and traffic signal improvements. But I think that it's really important for us and our residents to really understand what actual projects will be taking place within those programs. So having a more comprehensive breakdown of these projects, I think it's extremely important. especially because, we have residents that have ongoing concerns when it relates to street and traffic improvements and safety, and kind of having an understanding of, these programs will be addressing these streets, or, these programs will be addressing these traffic signals and intersections, I think would be, extremely beneficial for us as council and then our residents to be able to understand what these projects will be addressing.
Councilmember, if I may, that's a conundrum that we've been asking ourselves as well. When we got here, there was a lot of unspent funds. There was funds that were being sold, like Prop A. Getting our hands around what we had in the bank, what we had unspent, trying not to lapse funds. We get quite a bit of funds through different funding sources that we just weren't spending as a city. So we definitely are trying just to catch up and spend those dollars appropriately. And you see that in this proposal. But as we move forward, the intent is to be able to prepare a 10-year CIP that's very thorough, very progressive, that you all in the community get a chance to chime in and be able to see what the future of Montebello's infrastructure is going to be and how these funds are going to be spent. So points well taken, and things we'd like to bring back to the council in the future.
Okay, and then just lastly is in regards to just a comprehensive fund balance. So the fund balance included in 2019-2020 budget is drastically different than the one we see here today. That one is comprehensive. It's broken down by the varying funds. I think this is extremely important as they provide that fund balance. The comprehensive fund balance provides kind of the day-to-day balance of where we're currently at with the year's budget. And so this year's, it doesn't seem as comprehensive, and I think that having that in place is extremely crucial information as far as just the transparency behind the balances of where we're at with the varying funds. And that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Peralta. Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
I have no questions. I just want to thank you again for your consistency. It is clear that when you first walked into this position, unfortunately, our budget wasn't the healthiest and it was a bit of a mess. So it's really very refreshing to see these numbers. And when we talk about a healthy budget, it's like, just on a personal level, when you have a balanced checkbook, when you have a healthy budget, you're not just, you have a rainy day account. You have somewhere to dig from in case of something like what is happening in the police department just happened, where you're not just, trying to make ends meet. We're making ends meet, and we have somewhere to pull from. So again, congratulations, and thank you for bringing the city back up afloat and ensuring that we're being responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
To fund balances, we just got a thought we were discussing. I think it'd be probably most appropriate for fund balance type of description to be displayed or presented when you do the CAFR, because that's the audited financial. The budget is just an estimate. It's an estimate of revenue. It's an estimate of expenditure. But the actual CAFR is the actual, and then we can give you real time. This is where we closed. This is where our fund balances were, and we could do that with more detail. On the budget, it'd be kind of hard because they're all estimates. But in the CAFR, we can give you more detailed information on that.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, the ACFR. Sorry.
Don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble for the new acronym.
Go to county jail.
Yes. Three-peat. Great job on the presentation again.
Thank you.
So I'm hoping we get that little medallion added. We inherited a huge problem, all of us sitting up here. And you took it by the horns. You tackled it with your team. We have great executive directors, are a great city leader, but it was just bad practices. and sweeping problems under the rug that now we're addressing. I mean, look at just tonight, all of our microphones have been going on and off, on and off. We're apologizing for the cutoffs that you're hearing, but on page 17, you broke down the IT technology, and most of it is the hardware. And I thank you for that, so our residents can actually hear, the ones that are watching. You know, that's why we're addressing the IT. It was really ridiculous, and look for pictures I'm going to be posting soon. I walked around all the facilities, and there it is again, our fancy technology. Also, Measure H, thank you not only to the residents that put their trust in us back in March of 2020, but all of the employees. You guys came out on your weekends to walk, so thank you for that, because Montebello is your second home. And I know I'm not personnel, but if I could make a suggestion to our city manager, not to step on your toes because I'm not personnel, but I know there's an item 16 coming a little bit later on the agenda, and that was a submission for a grant application. So I know we were talking about that whole merit thing. Maybe those that are submitting grants for us, that can be one of the merit things that they do, because they're not getting grant writer pay, but they're doing a lot of grant writing for us. And just thank you to all those that are doing that and getting free money for the city. And that was like page 6 or 7.
Mayor, I will say that we have about $20 million in the queue of requests that we made either to our state senator, to our state assembly member, to our federal congressional, our U.S. senator. We have shaken all the trees and calling all our relationships to see if we can get funding for all our needs. And as Michael mentioned earlier, if we get a $5 million or a $10 million, that $600 surplus starts to grow, because what we had funded for positions or salaries and benefits under general fund now may be able to be offset by some of the grant administration money. So the more successful we are, and I know MCAP has a $2 million proposal right now in the bank that we hope we're going to be successful in. Those are all things that are super helpful to our operation, and we're excited to see how it all ends up.
Yes, yes. And I know Director Enriquez from Public Works, I think in the past, there was no one with an engineering degree, license, and that changed this year. Well, not this year, but that changed when he joined the team, and along with all of the other directors. Thank you guys for making Montebello your home. So with that, I will ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilor Torres?
Nay.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. It carries 3-2. With that, on to consent calendar. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes. At this time, we will address the consent calendar. All matters listed in the consent calendar are considered to be routine. Any item a council member wishes to discuss should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion. Such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. I will poll the council, starting with Councilmember Torres.
No items.
Councilmember Melendez.
No items.
Councilmember Peralta.
No items?
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
No items.
And Mayor Kimberly Cawthorn. Cobos Cawthorn.
No items.
Be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve items numbers 11 through 18.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Mr. City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. That carries unanimously. On to, I don't think we have any AB 1234. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have one AB 1234. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. Just want to report that I attended ICSC so we met with different developers and different businesses up there. Thank you.
Okay. I think that was everybody that went to ICSC because we reported it out last. Okay. And that concludes consent matters. On to council orals. Councilor Peralta?
Yes, my first one is recognition of Shore High School's AVID 2022 scholarship recipient. As co-chair of the AVID Alumni Club, I had the honor of participating in this year's AVID Award ceremony. Throughout the year, we fundraised to make sure that these graduating seniors receive financial assistance, as many are first-generation college students. This year, we gave out 17 $400 scholarships and 2 $1,000 scholarships. 85% of the AVID seniors will be attending a four-year university, and 100% of them will be attending college next year. I had the distinct honor to present the AVID Dream Award to Aranza Mejia, who's been an AVID for 7 years. She's taken 5 AP classes, has maintained a GPA of 3.76, served as AVID Club president, and she'll be the first in her family to attend college and will be studying computer science at Cal State Fullerton. So just want to send her a huge congratulations, as well as the graduating class of 2022 for their hard work and perseverance this year. Number 2 is asking for council consensus. As stated earlier today, this is a very important month. It's Pride Month, and visibility and acceptance is extremely important to ensure our LGBT community are seen and are feeling safe within our city. Although we were not able to do this last year, as I had put it on my council orals because City Hall was closed, I would like to bring this back and request a council consensus to have LGBTQ-friendly artwork or poetry from the community displayed at City Hall for the remainder of Pride Month, or even possibly July, as we are already 1 week in. So I would like to ask consensus from my colleagues for that.
I just have a couple questions. I know our COVID numbers are going up. We might close again. Should we wait till we hear from LA County? Because I know mask mandates are coming back potentially once the numbers come in. And then I'd want it someplace where it's visible, that the public can actually see it and appreciate it. And if we're closed, I don't see how they can appreciate it.
And Mayor, technically, City Hall is not free-flowing open. We still check folks in. We kind of make sure they go to where they're supposed to go. We're still doing temperature checks, so we're still in a mode of still ensuring safety. So I just want to point that out.
I mean, I don't know how the pandemic will, if that will consider chambers being shut down or not. It seems like we'll have enforcement of social distancing and a mask mandate possibly coming into play. But seeing that council chambers will not necessarily be shut down, I think it is important, seeing today's previous public comment, which was, I think, extremely hurtful to a lot of members of our community. Having this displayed at City Hall, I think, is a way for council to show their support and show that this council chamber is open to them, and that this is a safe space for them to be able to come, express their concerns, and participate in the most safest and LGBTQ-friendly environment that our city can produce. So I would still like to keep my request and seek consensus for that.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Yes, I'd like to say something. First of all, you're asking for consensus to have LGBT-friendly artwork. Art is rather subjective, as poetry is, it's in the eye of the beholder, just beauty. It's not, when you say LGBT-friendly, I can say for myself, as again, the parent of an LGBT child who identifies as queer, that just saying LGBTQ-friendly artwork already kind of excludes some people. So art is for everyone. I want to go back to 2019. Some of you weren't here, but I did ask for if the city could work with the school district so that when we have our heritage months or our months of awareness, that we could figure out a way where we could have art submitted by those kids in the school district that we could display in our halls. Fast forward, we started, there were a lot of restrictions because of the pandemic. I think, if anything, I would like to go back to that initial, I don't know if, I can't remember what month, but I know that at some point I had asked, I don't know if Michael Chi was here yet, for us to do, David, you might remember, maybe we'll go back into the archives, to have not just maybe specific Heritage Month where the kids in the school district could submit artwork, during Black History Month, during Latino Heritage Month, during Pride Month. But again, art is very subjective. So if anything, I think it might be a good idea if maybe some kids would, open it up to the school district and work with them and have them submit artwork so that we could display on our website, or that we could display on our Instagram page. But again, this is just LGBT-friendly artwork and poetry. That's again, it's very subjective to me. So I think it's something that we probably need to work more on really putting together, like what something like this would look like, Scarlett. Because again, it's I have two girls. One of them is queer. The other one is not. They both love art. And they both can relate to a lot of the same things. So it's just, and if we did this for Pride, it wouldn't just be for Pride, it would be for every Heritage Month. And again, this is something that I'm kind of stuck in the middle because, yes, City Hall is not going to be the place where we're going to be able to showcase our love and our embracing of the LGBT community. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get a flag up this year. We do have a banner. And with that said, we do have several events coming up at the end of the month to celebrate our LGBT community and to let the community know, even the people that drive by here, that we are an inclusive city, that we're a city that loves everyone across the board, and that we will not tolerate any of this nonsense like we saw here earlier.
Okay, one more comment prior to closing this out. This is coming directly from a community member, and this is the second year that they have requested it, and the second year that, I've tried my best to bring it forth. Again, it is to the consideration of my colleagues. Other cities have done something very similar. There are procedures in place that could have this go directly through our Recreation Committee for their approval. And again, as we witnessed here tonight, sometimes our council chambers can be a very intimidating environment for people, especially those that are extremely vulnerable due to comments that can be made. And again, this is something that would strengthen our city's commitment in ensuring that we see them, that they're welcomed here, and that they have a place within a home within our chamber. I would like to still put this up for a vote for my colleagues to give council consensus and consideration.
Mayor, if I just, Council, if I can make a suggestion to have this item be sent to maybe our Parks and Rec Commission in order to evaluate it and see kind of similar to what we did with the utility box, and kind of let them make the decision and move forward with that. I think what we're trying, let's not get away from the message. I think we're all supportive and we all want to do this, and just there's different elements of safety with COVID and all that, but I think we threw it through a commission. I think it can get done and we can push it that way. That would just be my suggestion.
Mayor, may I maybe a suggestion, maybe the day of the event, maybe we could display it outside.
To respond to that, if I may, Madam Mayor, that was said last year, and that wasn't established. And I think that one day is amazing, but I think that presence should be longer, and we deserve that. It should be something longer than just one day. I think that, I really appreciate the suggestions, but I think this comes down to council having the leadership and the will to do things like this. And if we give that power and that consensus for it to go to the commission, and that can be taken care of there. But again, as I did last year, I want to continue requesting consensus from my colleagues for this item, and would like to request a vote for this, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, if I can just really quickly comment as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to speak in support of my colleague's idea here, and especially emphasizing that this request comes from someone from the LGBTQ plus community and a resident of Montebello. By council voting in favor of this, they're supporting a resident in our city who finds value in being represented in the halls of City Hall. I understand that there are some concerns coming up, but considering that we're already on June 8th, I have supreme confidence in our staff and their ability to be tasteful and their ability to be appropriate. We have had several displays of art that haven't come before a commission body for approval or consensus as far as I'm aware, but some fantastic pieces that have really raised the morale and the pride in our community. And even in my mind, if it's a symbolic gesture that someone from the LGBTQ plus community could have their artwork or their words hanging on the walls of City Hall, that in itself is an extremely powerful statement. Whether or not people are able to enjoy it in City Hall versus out in front or this or that, I think could be debated pretty endlessly. It's a matter of preference, but I think ultimately supporting our residents, supporting the community, and displaying this art as long as we can during this month, I think would be extremely valuable.
So, Councilor Peralta, would you want to go back and work with staff? Are we taping this to the windows facing outwards? How would
I would just like.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
How was this art going to be appreciated that you see? Because I know I didn't want to get involved with the utility boxes and have a child like come to me, why wasn't I chosen? And this, who's going to get the selection of the artwork? Is it Parks and Rec? How do you see this playing out?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's something as simple as entrusting our staff to be able to make the decision of what gets selected. But I do know that we have a community ready to submit, whether it's artwork or whether it's poetry, for consideration. And again, I do entrust our staff to be able to soundly choose items that will highlight those members within our community and be able to display that within City Hall.
So are you okay sending it to the Parks and Recreation Commission?
I think that having staff be able to handle the situation and have them, execute this is something that.
Will the art expert please come forward? Sorry, I don't see one in the audience. Okay, what staff member would you like?
I don't think that should be up to my discretion. I think that when council provides a policy decision, staff has that power to be able to implement it as they see fit. All I'm simply asking is just for a vote on this, as simple as that.
Mayor, I was discussing the issue with our Parks and Recs director, and depending on where the council goes with this, if it's going to go to the Parks and Recs Commission, I would ask that you give me direction to hire a consultant that's a subject matter expert that can help us and guide us through this versus putting staff in that situation. I'm not sure they'd be too comfortable in that situation, not knowing if they're doing the right thing or not.
So are you okay, Councilmember Peralta, bringing it back or sending it to staff to analyze, get an art expert? Because I don't know how much art is worth. I don't think any of our directors out there have that expertise. Are you okay having that added to?
I wouldn't necessarily want to burden the city and having to spend money for a consultant to do something like this. Again, I have seen other cities simply take on the task of just displaying, whether it's art or poetry. And so, it's up to the consideration of my colleagues. All I'm asking is just to have a vote be taken, please.
Okay, go ahead, council consensus, city clerk.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
It's just not clear enough for me yet. No. So,
Mayor Cobos-Coffin?
And will the art expert in the audience please come forward so we can know which one of you are choosing it? Next item, please.
So thank you, council, for that approval. I think that's going to show just a great effort on behalf of council as well as the city and our commitment to, again, creating safe spaces in Montebello. In light of recent and ongoing tragedies across the nation, I would like to request action to adopt and recognize June 3rd as National Gun Violence Awareness Day to honor and remember victims and survivors of gun violence and support efforts that prevent this. This was brought up prior to June. Unfortunately, it didn't go up for a vote, but I would like to still present this for council consideration to ensure that when June 3rd comes around next year, this is something that, that the city has adopted. So I would like to ask council consensus to adopt June 3rd.
Thank you. Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Torres? Aye. Councilor Melendez? Aye. Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Coffin?
Aye, you have consensus. Next item.
Yes, I would like to appoint Henry Femers to the Personnel Advisory Commission. I'm looking forward to his years of experience and passion for our community displayed through this role and opportunity. With that, there was a comment made earlier today in regards to the process. All I do, I do want to reinstate that I did not receive any actual applications prior to the decision being made. So I think it's unfortunate that, I'm being labeled a liar for something like this. There unfortunately hasn't been a more structured and formalized process for the way that the city handles commissioner appointments. And so I have requested advice and from our city manager in regards to hopefully moving forward with a plan in place to create that structure to avoid any type of confusion or innocent oversight. We all have taken different avenues for appointing our commissioners. Councilmember Torres, was one that took on the role of having an application process and having interviews, and this is something that I really enjoyed and thought this was a great opportunity to kind of open up that space and opportunity for residents, and have done so in the past with prior appointments. Others have decided to appoint through their own methods, which they have every right to do so. But I think having something in place as we move forward will provide, again, that structure and formalization of how we conduct our appointments. And lastly, I would just like to recognize and congratulate Boulevard Market for being named Business of the Year for Supervisor District 1 by the Los Angeles County Business Federation, who is launching these awards to recognize businesses that have played an outsized role in advancing business priorities in Los Angeles County. I'm extremely proud of Boulevard Market for bringing vitality to our downtown area and for truly putting Montebello on the map. I just want to give a shout out to Barney and Evelyn Santos for their love and labor that they have dedicated to our city. And that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and again, apologize to staff. And let's remember we have a 10-minute limit. On that, thank you all. Yes, you have a Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. Is it after the 20th? Oh, Pride 5K is on. Yes.
David, I'm sorry, were you going to speak on any of the Pride events, or should I? No, right? Okay. So I know I announced this at our last meeting, but we do have our second annual Stride for Pride event and community event. That's on June 25th, Saturday, June 25th. There is an Eventbrite link I don't think the city has shared it yet, but if you go to the Run Montebello Run group Instagram page, the link is in the bio there. And it is, we're only asking for a $10 donation, and the proceeds will go to two different organizations, Latino Equality Alliance and Jóvenes Inc. This year, we do have the community booths participating. We do have the Wallace Memorials, I was there last year, participating, and we do have actually two artists of the LGBT community that are going to be participating, and actually, this is what we tried to do last year, but some of them weren't able to come through. They are going to be working on a piece of art the day of. That same day, I've been working with the committee with Boulevard Market, Angry Horse, and the Queer Mercado for the first Eastside Pride event that's going to be taking place on the same day, June 25th, from 12 noon to 12 p.m. They're still working on logistics, but we are going to have entertainment for the community, the LGBT community, and again, some of the same artists are going to be participating, and hopefully down the line, that artwork that they end up creating as it can actually be displayed either in our lobby, somewhere where it could actually be seen and enjoyed and appreciated by the rest of the community. Also, we are hosting a Father's Day barbecue at Reggie Park the Saturday before Father's Day. So for all the papacitos, todos los papás que son papás, todos los abuelitos, los tíos that take care of the little ones, you are welcome to join us on June 18th. The information is in the Montebello Reporter. We would appreciate if you would register. There's a number and an email on the Montebello Reporter ad. And please, again, it's a Father's Day barbecue, June 18th from 11 to 2 at Reggie Park. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, thank you to all of Montebello who's watching at home. Those of you who attended tonight, thank you for taking the time to spend your Wednesday with us. Yeah, but they don't have to stay. I mean, unless you guys want to stay, but we have one more closed session item. They don't. So again, thank you to my colleagues, our city manager, Bobadilla, assistant city manager Salazar, our city attorney, Arnold Alvarez Glassman, all of the executive staff. Thank you for helping us move Montebello forward in a positive light. As you see in the budget, we have a lot of work to do, and thank you, all of you. With that, we are going into closed session. You don't have to. Please go to dinner, enjoy the rest of the night, but we have one more closed session item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we have the item number 4, which was previously announced.
We'll be back. Okay, we are back from our one closed session item. Mr. City Attorney? Mr. City, oh God, our amazing IT again. Mr. City Attorney, can you please report back for that one closed session item?
Okay. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the record should reflect the City Council with all 5 members being present, recessed into closed session for the discussion of the public employee performance evaluation. The record should further reflect that there was a point in time during the conversation that city manager excused himself from that conversation. There was no action taken. There's nothing to report at this time. It's appropriate to adjourn.
Great, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
Can I get a second?
Second.
It's 9:17. We are adjourned. We will see you on the next regular council meeting on the 22nd. Thank you all. Have a good night.